Hail friends, welcome to the channel, Bob here, and welcome to, this is a new MMO today, Eternal Tombs. I'm kind of doing the, turn the sound down a bit. I'm doing the, like content creators kind of preview thing. I'm not sure if you call it pre-alpha or whatever, but just loaded in. There are a few different classes I could choose at the moment. I've picked Bone Stitcher, which kind of sounds like it might be a necromancer. But anyway, Eternal Tombs, go and check it out. I think there's like I'm not sure if there's any more room. There probably will be, but I think there's a general like pre-alpha type test thing on the 2nd of April. So if you haven't signed up yet, go and sign up. But this is it. This is warts and all. I've just logged in. I haven't done anything. I don't know anything. We're just going to start playing. First of all, I like the visuals. I do like the visuals. Let's get up the hill here, see if we can... looks like if we can get up the hill. The guy's literally naked. So let's just start playing. Looks like a guy that we probably need to speak to.
Hello, my friend. Saw you struggling there for a moment. Ignore the visions and the voices. It is just dragging rocks, and he does it to all of us. Whenever you have them, it usually means something bad just happened nearby, so just be aware of that and keep your guard up. Anyway, I know you...
It might be quiet.
I need to warn you, however, that you must never tell anyone that you believe in Triune. The Valem, those who practice magic, will kill you instantly if they were to find out who you serve. I'll keep you safe and will train you and guide you, but you must be very, very careful. There's enough murder and mayhem in the world that many of the Valem won't know that you stand against dragging rocks by killing things. They simply kill someone over a game of Tata. Nonetheless, you must still be careful. This world is full of...
Okay, he wants me to kill some stuff. You kind of get... I'm not sure how it's going to work. It's quite interesting because you select...
Like killing a few things to see what you're made of.
You select an ability and then you use the right mouse button to use that ability as opposed to kind of pressing the number button, I guess. Left click is like a... And then you use the right button to do like a... Oh, I haven't got enough mana to use my special ability by looks things. Level 2. Did he want to go back to level 2?
Did you get the baby Vicewing?
Did I? Maybe I didn't pick it up. Ah, no. I love the landscape. I wonder if that's some gathering stuff there as well. It might be. Maybe I don't have the tools yet. Okay. Not sure what the drop rate's like. Quite low. Hey mate, how you doing? Okay. First impressions are, I like the environment. This is obviously early access, you know, so a lot of stuff's going to change. One of the first things I noticed is it's quite, I'm not sure if it's kind of playing at 4K, but it's quite difficult to see what you've got. It's quite difficult to see what you've got selected. I think I can probably move that menu at the top, but I'm not exactly sure how to do that, so don't worry about it at the moment. When you've kind of got something selected, there's a small name above it. That seems quite, yeah, there we go. Let's take that back. I think that's what he wanted. Also, I started a Bone Stitcher class. Maybe at some point through the tutorial, whatever it is, you get like a... But I'm just whacking things at the moment. I don't seem to... I've got a healing skill, but that seems to be about all at the moment. Yeah. Bone Stitcher might be like a necromancy type, I guess.
Did you get the baby Viking? Well, friend, you looked alright. You're not going to kill any full-size Vites anytime soon, but we can work with it. I don't want you to worry about Dragnarox, as he haunts all of our minds. His magic is far too dark and powerful, and I'll never understand how he can speak to each of us from wherever he is. But until the Triune vanishes him from the world, we will always be subjected to his torturous methods and mind games. It is something that can be very difficult to deal with, and really brings me to some dark places sometimes. Anyway, I know you have come to join our fight against him and his minions. Let's get right to it. You can kill some things, but you definitely are young.
Some rats meat next.
Inept, so
I'm not quite sure what this is here.
Being honest. But I'm just going to have you practice a bit more
binding
of the small
stone
creatures
type
right
thing.
here
That
to
looks pretty
teach you
cool.
to survive in this evil world. Kill them and bring me back 5 pieces of rat meat.
We'll see how it goes. I do feel that maybe in any MMO really, maybe the classes need a more distinction at first, rather than having to work towards becoming a Bone Stitcher. I don't know. I just guess at first all classes could just be whacking things without any real individuality. Let's see what this guy's got.
Brunhilde, my wife, is planning a legendary hog roast for the whole town. But there's a slight
Feral hogs
oink-shaped
terrorising
problem.
nearby
A
fields.
pack of feral hogs has been terrorising the nearby fields, rooting up crops and causing a general nuisance.
We'll find
She needs
Brunhilde.
someone brave or hungry enough to take care of the hog problem. You can go down and talk to her at my house, and she'll give you further instructions.
It's interesting where you can just flip between abilities and then you just use your right button to use them rather than pressing the button from a hotbar kind of thing. I know that sort of you know, action combat, I know quite a few people on the channel so they don't really like that kind of thing particularly. Oh, there is a roll as well. Oh, look at that. Can you do first person? Yeah. I like the environments. They're just clean, it does feel as though there's some kind of motion blur on. Yeah, we don't want motion blur. That's crap. I've got everything turned up to max though, so yeah. Also, I'm not sure about your inventory stopping you. I think it's always nice to be able to open your inventory and interact with it as you're running along. But maybe that's a gameplay reason for that. So you're kind of having to stop and look in your inventory and... But that seems kind of like to slightly go against the action-orientated nature of the... It's always interesting. I know some people seem to like that on EverQuest, but where you got quests, where you got newbie quests, where you have to collect, you have to kill mobs, and there's a random chance it will drop it. Again, it's all pre-alpha and whatever, but I imagine on testing time, if there's a lot of people starting in this area, it's not going to be a particularly fun experience running around. I don't know, as I said, EverQuest. Running around competing for mobs, get what you want, it's all part of the experience. Well, I'm not sure about that.
Wonderful. Now you can gather
particularly in a game that doesn't feel like EverQuest, particularly from a combat point of view.
You'll see a monstrous-looking fellow with a merchant stand. He's as ugly as they get, but he's incredibly nice and a super good cook. Grab a recipe for kebabs, grab a couple onions and some blue sedaceous, and then bring all your ingredients back here to cook a fine kebab over this fire. We can't use magic, so you'll need to be a pretty resourceful crafter and cook.
Okay, so we've got a cooking here. Apparently cooking food might give you a stat boost, I'm not sure. How much more... Is it like a journal? There is a journal. Apparently it's J. Doesn't tell me how many rat meats to collect. No, not on Twitch, mate. Just YouTube. Now, this looks like a mushroom with legs. Wowzer. Lots of different abilities. I think I need to go down the hill. Oh, this might be... I don't know, actually. Hood of the Unmasked. Leggings of the Undergird. Pants of Poverty. Okay. I don't think that's the guy I'm looking for. Does he buy stuff? There we go. Right, rats. Let's have a look in the town. Oh, is it 5 again for this one? I know it was 5 for the last quest. Let's have a look, see what this is here. Oh, hello. Oh, it's loading a zone. Okay. Welcome to Tradeport. Ah, nice. I like the atmosphere, the atmospheric sounds. Wow, look at this dude. A shop for lease. Nice. I imagine you traders might enjoy that. Oh, the ambience is very good here. I like it a lot. It's very smooth as well. And there's loads of different monster types, creature types. I think blue radish is what I had to buy actually. Let's stay on topic at the moment. Might be a goblin type mob. Nice. I'm not really sure how extensive trading and crafting is yet. I know there was a crafting video up on the YouTube channel a little while ago. I like the fact you can hire your own stall, a bit like Project Gorgon, I guess. I do like the visuals. It kind of feels a bit, yeah, a little bit like Dark Fantasy, Dark Souls kind of, bit of a vibe. Okay. Let's have a look down the hill. See if we can kill some rats along the way. Massive trebuchet there. I'm not quite sure who they're aiming it at though. Maybe it doesn't matter. We've got some siege equipment and stuff around which I quite like. Should we go and have a look down? I might have to come back and kill rats. That was interesting. Okay, so you don't need to have something selected to attack it. It will just hit it if you're in the general vicinity. Did you say it was 5 rat pieces? It's not telling me here. It was 5 for the first one, but this one is not. Check some more rat meat. Okay. I don't mind things being I don't mind things being like not hand-holdy, but at the same time, if you're going to give you a quest to get some rat meat, maybe tell you how many rat meat you need, otherwise it just becomes a bit of a... I mean, the first quest told you how many that you needed, so... Is it 5? It doesn't tell you that though, does it? The first quest was 5. This one doesn't seem to... Oh, a little village up here. I mean, for a playtest where people can just sign up and play, there's just not enough mobs here. No way. I mean, if everyone's trying to collect 5 rat meat, that's not going to be a good experience. Are they cooking something? Troll pops. Oh, I love it. Cooking the troll. Wow, that's dark. But good. You can buy pops. Add 5 strength for 30 minutes. Cool. I hope you can make your own at some point. It does. Yeah, I do. It's a bit of a Dark Age of Camelot vibe. There's another quest there. Oh, nice little water, bit of water there. Okay, let's go back and kill rats. There's plenty of stuff lying around here. It looks like it should be mined and stuff. I'll see if I can get... Maybe you get a pickaxe. I'm sure there's probably going to be like an introduction to that. Where are the rats? I would definitely have a class introduction at the start. I just think that with people don't give games a lot of time anymore. Ems Adrift found it out the hard way. You need to grab people straight away, and I'm not sure running around as a naked dude with a stick is, you know, it's going to kind of... Just a little introduction. Maybe you go and see a class trainer, you get a robe or something, I don't know, you know, that kind of thing. Also, I think it's probably quite clear now that this couldn't be. This would just not work. This would just not work as a starting area when there's more people playing. I mean, there's no rats, and it's just one of me. That would be a nightmare. I know it seems I might be nitpicking for a pre-alpha, but as I said, you only get one chance in many players' cases. They've got something else, another game to move on to. interesting. Not gaining any experience from those kills. I was getting experience from kills, wasn't I? Pretty sure. Well, it looks like rats have stopped spawning. There's one. Let's have a look down the hill. Come on, I'll have a look. I like this kind of humour, dark humour. I think one of the things I enjoyed the most about Project Gorgon was how it wasn't afraid just to take chances and just try different things rather than sticking to the typical formula. Have you played it then, Dave? Or are you looking it up? There's a corpse.
Hey there! My pumpkin patch was supposed to be my finest crop yet. But then the great war pog catastrophe struck. See for yourself. Those darn pogs, they came in droves last night, turned my patch into their personal... Well, you know. Now the whole field smells like a swamp on a hot day, and the poop is ruining my pumpkins. They destroyed my fence.
Okay.
Let's clear out those codes and clean up this mess.
Plenty of quests.
Grateful.
A bludge
I
war
wouldn't just
pog.
ask anyone. Just seem like someone who could handle
Right, let's see what these dudes are like.
sticky situation. Trust me, I'll make it worth your while if you can help
Fair
me.
enough.
And just so you know, there's a ton down by the lake on the bottom of the hill as well.
Slightly
Kill
high
those
level for
ones
us,
too if you can.
I would say.
We could possibly wipe out all the warpogs once and for all. 5 piles of poop should be enough to remove much of the stench.
Not with a wooden stick, I'm not. Gods. Guess I should just die to see what dying does, but... Still coming. Looks like they give up. They don't chase you all the way. Oh, it's still there actually. I can still see it through the trees. Yeah, there is a more open test to try on the 2nd of April, I think it starts, so... Unless they head down the hill. Wonder which way they mean. Oh, give me a sec. About that. There's somebody at the door. Just placing my glasses is a speciality. Right, let's see if we can find this dude who is the guy that we need. I'm not sure if it's this way or the other way. This kind of looks more like a rather than a hill, more like a jumping off a cliff. I don't think it's this way. Well, there is a... Let's have a look. There's a rat. Looks a slightly different rat though. A sickly rat. Okay. Whoops, I think I backroad something. Sounded like an angry pig. Maybe more than one. Oh dear. Are these NPCs or dudes? Native goblin, okay. I think we might have come the wrong way. Hello? Certainly a mushroom theme going on at the moment. I think maybe we've come the wrong way. I wonder if the goblins look like they might be aggro actually. Yeah. So there's a goblin camp to kill goblins at some point. We'll move across. I'll move across the other side, see if we can find this. Apparently, he's quite a big bloke selling the recipe. It can't be that. Can't be that hard to find. There's a little bridge over here as well. I often just wander rather than focusing on what I'm doing. Here's a big dude. Kebab. We might as well sell this stuff. No doubt we'll need it for a quest. Okay, so what did he want us to buy? A couple of onions, blue radishes. Okay. You don't have enough money to buy this item. Okay, this stuff, 1 gold. Okay, well that seems a bit extreme for a starter quest. Let's go and kill some more stuff. Nice, there's some sort of transparent effect there on the bridge. Oh, nice shiny. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I think I had 8 silver. Yeah, you just grind mobs, of course. I'm finding, honestly, I'm finding the start quite unengaging at the moment. Yeah, I've got 8 silver, that says gold. It's telling me I don't have enough. Do I need to be running around as a naked person with a stick? I don't know. I mean, there's role-playing progression, and then there's kind of... I haven't even found a tomb yet. I'm not sure how literal the tomb thing is anyway, because the game has things called tomb masters, which are like GMs, and they can trigger events. So the eternal tombs may relate to the fact that tomb masters can continuously create events. I guess if it's, I don't know, I guess if it's one... Oh, I've actually got a mining tool. Have I? Oh, I think no, that's my weapon, an axe handle. I guess if it's 10 silver per gold, it's not too bad. Hold left button down to attack, so you just keep clicking. let's go and see how much we've got. Haven't got a sound option in the menus yet. I had 8 silver. I just sold something for 1 silver something. Now I've got 2 gold. That's interesting. I'm sure. Oh no, maybe I was. I think we've got enough anyway now, so we can go and. I'm not complaining. Let's go find that dude again. I think the opening definitely needs a bit more. Walking around naked with a stick feels like I'm playing Rust or something at the moment. It's not. It just needs something at the start just to get you engaged. Oops. I accidentally hit the merchant there. I'm not sure if you can attack them or not. I'm guessing either not or you can and you get your last wipe.
Did you get the kebab made? Did you get the kebab made?
I wanted to make it first. Fair enough.
Did you get the kebab made?
Okay. Sounds a bit like an American dad, this bloke. I have what?
Get the kebab made?
Yes!
Excellent. You have done great. Now, being a good meat flesher is a pretty rare talent, and your work is worth more than the largest sums of plata. But you can at least get the basics to keep yourself healthy. Go ahead and eat it when we're done here. It'll strengthen you to kill some of these master creatures. Now I want to talk to you about something incredibly important. I know you've heard it all your life, but now that you're learning to fight, it will be more tempting to give in, especially when you are in the most dire of circumstances. Never, and I mean this seriously, never summon magic from within yourself. This will lead you down a path you cannot come back to. Learn to use the resources from the world around you. You can use magic items or craft magic things, but never summon magic from within.
Okay, don't summon some magic within because it will warp you.
Your soul, and you'll give yourself over to Dragonrock's. Magic will warp you by twisting your body, polluting your mind, and you'll turn out looking like a death seeker. If you've never seen a Death Seeker, well, let's just say
It'd be interesting to have an
never
option where you do
experienced
that
more
because you want to
outside
do
in all
it,
of your
and you
life.
become a
there are men
Death
who gave into the temptation
Seeker.
and now are trapped in
So as a
Ragnarox's
class.
army. Flesh and mind rotting away. Absolutely awful. In fact, that's what all of Ragnarox's minions are. Warped living beings. Either
Okay, so
created by
maybe we're now
magic or
going
destroyed
to
by
buy
it.
some abilities that...
Take a moment and purchase the abilities you want to learn from the vendor in your tent over there. Try them out and come back here.
Okay, where's my kebab? Did you just take my kebab? Okay. Hey Liz, how you doing? Oh God, that is... Skin corpse. Old class ranger. Ability drain, manipulator. That's not me. Scent of Mar. Hang on, a bit of EverQuest there. Oh, okay, here we go. Harvest corpse. Oh, the bombardier sounds fun. Bombs. So we've got paralyze, drop of blood, Poxulus, harvest corpse. Poxulus sounds like a dot, doesn't it? I don't seem to have a pet. Farmer's Fury. That's like an uncommon farmer's fork. Nice. Be good to be able to filter out. Oh shit! Oh, I've only got one spell at the moment. Paralyze. Yeah, it's weirdness, isn't it? Because it's not. It's a new indie MMORPG, but I don't know. I mean, it's got a newbie area of mobs to kill, and it doesn't really feel like it though. It's weird. Oh, this warpog didn't go back. It just got stuck there. So I've got a paralyze spell. Oh, maybe, can you fail that? 'Cause it certainly didn't heal me. But yeah, I mean, at the moment it just feels unengaging. You know, I fair enough. It's just another MMO where you got an NPC turning to go and kill mobs, get 5 rat cocks, and bring them back or whatever. But at the moment, it's not much fun running around naked with a stick. I'm supposed to be a necromancy class, but the only ability I've got till level 7 is like throws a pot on the ground or something. It just doesn't feel.
Few things are more sad in all this world
You know,
than seeing the destruction we brought upon
wants me to kill
ourselves by
goblins,
getting
yeah.
on the magic. Poor guys like that creature you bought kebab supplies from. He's never even used magic, but he's warped by the sins of his parents. He was born like that and became a follower of the Triune shortly after he could understand what was going on. The Triune asked us to never use magic, but we ignored him. Shame on us all. We deserve much of this horror that we've brought in interfere, but the Triune is gracious to us. We must bear the burdens of our choices. But for those of us who seek a life free of the evil within this world, he is with us, helping us in our fight against
Maybe
magic.
I've just picked an unfinished. Maybe I've
Not
just picked
sure
the
if
wrong
you're ready,
class. I mean, the class is
but we'll
available.
give it a shot anyway. Go and travel forth through the goblin encampment further into the woods. You'll notice a fortress upon a hill, and inside this fortress are stacks of dragons. Slaughtering goblins, much experience against the weak natural. Kill them, cut them up, bring their eyes. Use them for a nice pile.
I mean, this is just early. This is early, still early in development, I'm guessing. But I think I was going to do a video about it, but I couldn't be asked in the end. But I think that indie MMOs are just in this cycle at the moment where they're not working. And I know that there's someone out there going, well, I'm playing this game and whenever I log in, all my friends are logged in. But that's bullshit. That's the reality of it. You know, they're not. People are rejecting them, and I don't want there to be another one that people are rejecting. When I logged into, I've still got about 4 installed, and I I was going to do a video, and in preparation for the video, I logged into these over the last few months. I logged into these 4 MMOs a number of times just to give it a fair shot, and there's no one playing them. There's no one playing them. I say no one, as I said. Obviously, someone will say they're playing them, but I mean, the last MMO that we played, I logged in 3 or 4 times, and I think the population barely struggled to get to a dozen players when I logged in. And, you know, I think you need a even people who are, even the classic MMO market are rejecting these games. You know, have rejected the games so far that have come out, and the period's getting shorter and shorter. Like Embers Adrift really had a few weeks before the population tanked. You know, so people have less and less time. They've got less and less patience for what's going on. So I just feel you have to give them something at the start to work with. And I like a lot about this. I like the environments, I like the atmosphere, it feels immersive and stuff, but this is not fun. You know, this is just not fun. What was that? I was stunned, was I? I don't know, but I mean, maybe I'm kind of like maybe I'm no longer the audience for these games. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. You know, I really, 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 really don't know. The thing is, like, if you, I mean, you know, these are unfair comparisons, but how long have I been playing for? I've been playing for an hour. So, if I was playing, if I loaded up P99 and I was playing EverQuest for an hour, already I would have had some class abilities. I would have felt like my class. I would have spoken to the NPCs in my class guild, and I would have picked up some lore and that kind of stuff and whatnot. And there's like, it's funny because when people talk about classic MMOs, they think that you've literally got to go out in the street and fight everyone for every scrap of fun that you can get, and classic MMOs weren't like that. You know, I could log up P99 now, play for an hour, and feel engaged because the game is giving me feedback. You're this class. This is what's going on. This is what our guild are doing, etc., etc., etc. And I just think that's the mistake they're making. It's not engaging enough at the beginning. But I don't know, as I said, maybe classic MMOs I'm just not the target audience anymore, I don't know. But I can happily go and play classic MMOs on emulation, so I don't know. Okay, so the newbie quest line, I can't carry on, so I guess I'll have to just go around killing mobs and stuff. And in a way, I kind of wish there wasn't investment, because I feel that indie MMO, but, you know, I mean, we want to give indie developers the benefit of the doubt, and because it's a smaller audience, you know, maybe you talk to them and things are a bit more personable and intimate, but I don't know if that's a good thing or not. When I look at the indie MMOs at the moment that are out and we're playing, how do they keep going? It must be investment, and if you've got people investing money in your game, and you essentially don't need an audience to keep it going, then are you going to make change? You're not going to make changes to bring that audience in, are you? You don't need to, because the sort of person who will spend 50k on a Star Citizen shit pack might give you 50k for your game. So you can just keep going. And it's just a cycle that I'm seeing all the time. I don't know. I don't think the indie MMO development scene is in a particularly good place at all at the moment. I just think that and that's not. I'm not currently including this game in that because I've just started and it's new and stuff. I'm just saying that I'm finding it very unengaging. Should we try a different class? I've got to go through the same thing again, but maybe there's a class that's got a few more abilities and stuff. It's funny because there was a... Oh, it's actually kicked me right out of the game. I watched a stream the other day. It was an MMO. I'm not going to say which one. And it was a dev stream, and there was a community type person who was doing a stream with a content creator like myself, and let's try Warlord and let's start in a different zone. And essentially, not valid. And what we had basically was the questions being asked in chat, which were the same questions that I and many of you have been asking about this game. Why is this like this? Will you change this? What's this? And the developer person was just giving the same feedback that they've been given since the game came out. Oh, this is the same location, isn't it? Oh, it's not the same location, it just looks very similar. And the content creator who...
So, you think you can come against me? I shall grind your bones to dust.
And the content creator just stood there nodding. Sat there nodding. And when they were asked for their input, they gave exactly the same feedback that the developer gave.
Hello, my friend.
There's no challenge, there's no pushback, it was just nodding dog. And I see that and I just think, oh, I can't be asked.
Whenever you have them, it usually means something bad just happened nearby, so just be aware of that and keep your guard up. Anyway, I know you are a follower of the Triune, as he told me you were coming. I need to warn you, however, that you must never tell anyone that you believe in the Triune. The Velem, those who practice magic, will kill you instantly if they were to find out who you serve. I'll keep you safe and will train you and guide you, but you must...
Yes, I mean, I'm not expecting, like, to invent the wheel. It's not that it needs to be new, but it needs to be engaging.
They simply kill someone over a game of product. Nonetheless, you must still be careful. This world is full of Velem and those loyal to Dragonrocks. Far more than those of us who love to try in. Let's start by killing a few things to see what you're made of, and then we'll go from there. Bring me back a baby Viking.
I feel that when you have an MMO that's been out for a couple of years and there's a newer audience that are watching the stream and they're asking the same questions that we've been asking for longer than 2 years, because some of us were playing this game before it came out, and you're getting the same answer. If I was a developer, that would tell me something, but it doesn't.
Did you get the baby Viking? Well, my friend, you looked alright. You're not going to kill any full-size bites anytime soon, but we can work with it. I don't want you to worry about Dragonrocks as he haunts our lands. His magic is far too dark and powerful, and I'll never understand how he can speak to each of us from wherever he is. But until the Triune vanishes him from the world, we will always be subjected to his torturous methods and mind games. It is something that can be very difficult to deal with, and really brings you to some dark places sometimes. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so far this is a very
Let's get right to
generic
it.
MMO style.
Things,
Go and
but
kill
you
things,
definitely
get
are
some
judged,
stuff, bring it
and
back.
You seem pretty inept, so sorry, I was just being honest.
Which I guess is just what MMOs are like.
Have you practice a bit more.
I think
on
the
these
issue with this
small
one
creatures
is
like
that
that.
it feels
Kill them
unengaging
and
because I'm
bring
running
me
around
back 5
naked,
pieces of rat meat.
and I picked a warlord class, but I'm still a bone stitcher. You know, there's no. I think even taking into account like a role-playing aspect and like working towards your working up through your class and becoming better. I still feel that this could be. But I know, I'm never being unfair. It is early access, but. But I'm going to repeat myself. You don't get 2 chances at the moment. I think that's the thing. I prefer the environment here. Got snow-capped hills, or mountains, I should say. So it's not a hill, is it? Depending what class you are, let's start off with a class appropriate weapon. Let's go and speak to our trainer. Maybe we get a robe or something that doesn't make us look like a whatever. I do find the interpretations that I've played of what a classic MMO is. Okay, I mean these games are saying they're inspired by classic MMOs, whatever, blah 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 blah. But I do find a massive disconnect between playing a classic MMO on an emulated server and then looking at what the interpretation is. And I don't know. Maybe they don't want to copy. Maybe if you're targeting it at that audience, you need to copy. I don't know. Little rat camp here with a boar in the middle. Let's move over here. And there are, I mean, you know, preachers that are converted, or maybe I'm not. Maybe you're looking at this thinking, oh, this looks great. You're just moaning, I don't know. But I just think, what? Level 4 Necromancer, EverQuest. I've got a pet, I'm draining shit, I'm dotting shit, I'm doing shit. On the rat quest still. What the hell is that? Like a rabbit with horns. A mutated rabbit. I like the environments. It does feel nice and atmospheric. Considering its budget, it kind of reminds me of what was that? PAX Day, from a look point of view. I'm not sure if it's like a server load thing or whatever, but this can't be the start when the game goes available on the 2nd, so it's open to more players. You can't ask people to run around fighting over one rat to try and do the quest. It's just that special attack. It's almost like oops! It's like smash their ears. I think the boars are too high level. Maybe you can make the boars easier and just have like general meat so you can kill boars or rats. Maybe just kill any animal for the meat. Maybe it's just like you just need meat rather than having to kill rats. Just kill anything for it. Still village. I like the buildings. Kind of like Lilliputian kind of buildings. There's loads of these dudes. What, without a ranged attack? So you run away, whack them, and then keep backing up and they can't hit you or something? Or... I mean, I don't need to kill the boars because it's rats for the quest, I guess, so it's not really that's its problem. They can just run around in circles behind them, keep running behind them, and yeah, I mean, I would do if it was contributing to the quest, but I don't think there's any point really. Well, I'm level 3 and that bat gave me about half a bar. There's 20 bars. So it's at 2.5% because it gave me per kill. Not sure if my maths are right there. I think you get quest XP as well. Fucking rats, honestly. Yeah, I mean, if you just needed meat generally, and they're all animals. If any of the animals provided meat, so you could do it. But it's only the rats dropping the meat, and I mean, if you had even one person, if you had 2 other people here doing the same quest, you'd just be banging your head against the wall. This looks like this rat camp over here has spawned again. Oh, hello, what's that? A little mushroom there to gather. Maybe. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Interesting flora. Sorry, yeah, very leery and bright, very psychedelic. Oh, hello. No? Sound all aggressive. Yeah, that's not fun. we got? 3. Let's go see if I can buy an ability from someone. Hopefully there'll be a change. I think we're going to struggle to do these quests if...
Hail Dragnaroks. We're practicing to hunt down and kill followers of the Triune. So you think you can shoot, eh? How on earth can you shoot when you don't even own a bow? You dumb filter. Anyway, child, I'll help you out a bit. Go find us some supplies and I'll give you this crusty old bow so you can pretend like you know what you're talking about.
Can we
Give me
harvest
10
the
copper
audio?
flecked pieces
Check it
of
out.
ore, and I'll give you this bow.
Oh yeah, okay. You just do it. Huh? I didn't seem to use any stamina. Oh, some more rats over here. See if that ability actually does any damage. Oh. So I can spam that attack, it seems. Was it doing any damage? Yeah. What? Dead. There's a massive dude here with a big sword. I guess I don't need a corpse recovery at the moment. interesting choice for you have to cycle through your abilities and then use them. So you actually have to press 3. If it doesn't use the ability, then you then have to use your right button to. I guess that gives it more of an arcade combat kind of action combat flavour.
You have the rat meat, do you? Wonderful. Now you can gather some food and get yourself some strength. Collect some more rat meat and then head down the hill a bit and you'll see a monstrous-looking fellow with a merchant stand.
We've got to go and
He's as
find
ugly
another
as they
fight.
get, but he's incredibly nice and a super good cook. Grab a recipe for kebabs, grab a couple onions and some blue sedatious, and then bring all your ingredients back here to cook a fine kebab over this fire. We can't use magic, so you'll need to be a pretty resourceful cracker and cook to stay alive out there.
What are you looking for?
I don't actually know what any of the abilities do either, really. It doesn't. Just try and work it out from the name, I guess, but it's not obvious. Hind wound level 4, back slice level 3. Let's not worry about it for now. Actually, let's sell the scrap first. Oh, we've already got a blue radish towards our... Oh, that's a blue item. Sells for nearly a gold. Let's buy a back slice.
Thank you.
See what it does. Your foes will be called off guard. To catch the enemy off guard. Increases standard damage significantly. Okay. I guess I should be looking at some. I guess I should maybe be looking at some. Some rotations, I guess. Yeah, the voiceovers are funny. It doesn't sound like some dad sat down and, which I'm all for. Dad's doing voiceovers. I'm honestly not sure about selecting an item and then selecting an ability to use it with your right mouse button. It feels weird, feels a bit awkward. What is that? Iron scraps, nice. Where are you from, Liz? What's your... Have you got like a London southern accent? Or... Oh, found a little rat camp. Sort of. Okay. Oh, please get off my screen. Oh, what? Have you got a Somerset accent? I'm supposed to be a Cockney geezer. All right, darling. Apples and pears. I kind of didn't really have the accent. So, pretty much everyone I know from where I live sounds like a character from The Gentleman. If anyone's watched The Gentleman on Netflix yet, great show, proper show. How are we doing on the other? 4 rat meats. I think everything needs to be amped up here from a quest point of view. I haven't seen any other copper veins either. So, like, if you're doing the quests, then keeps getting stuck. It does kind of remind me of Ember's Drift a bit visually, but I guess I'm not sure if it's the same engine. But I guess if it is the same engine, that's just how it goes. Right, okay. I'm looking for that monstrously headed merchant again. I think he was over here in this little village. Go check it out. Yeah, it seems a bit more summery than Embers Adrift, but there's definitely a similar feeling. I love the blossom there. It's funny, this thing with... Oh, okay. Interesting. And they must be quite similar engines, I guess. Resource flower. I should keep those, I guess, because maybe. Fab recipe. We got enough for a couple of onions? Not quite. What's this worth? 2 silvers, 3 silvers, 9. Let's sell that. Okay. Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know what this obsession at the moment is with low magic, but it looks like it's got more magic than Embers Adrift, but it still feels a bit low magic, like it's like you have to use items and resources to create your magic. I'm not quite sure why that is a trend at the moment. I mean, my necromancer ability was throwing a flask. I hope it's not all like that.
Did you get the kebab made?
No. Oh, so you do have the kebab. But then when you do the quest, I think he takes it from you.
Did you get the kebab made?
Yes.
Excellent. You have done great. Now, being a good meat flesher is a pretty rare talent, and their work is worth more than... Few things are more sad in all this world than seeing the destruction. How did getting those goblin eyes go?
Okay, so he wants me to kill goblins. I don't think I'll probably have any more luck at the moment. I'm so lower level.
What are you looking for?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Like manipulator seems interesting. Stab, shadow, intertwine. I wonder if that's like a roguey type thing. I think the chloromancer is obviously about plants and shit. Hard hit would be my next ability. That's not till level 7. Could buy a Farmer's Fury for for 1 gold. Blade of Dust.
Thank you.
What have I got at the moment?
What are you looking for?
What? These weapons are worse than my axe handle. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, is there some tool crossover between the two engines then? That makes sense. crusty rabbit hole. Nice. I think we had, let's go and, I think we could buy that Bind Wounds spell at skill at level 4. Let's go and check that out. Those rabbits seem to be dropping 5 silver a pop. I think we'll farm those for a bit.
How did getting those goblin eyes go?
No.
What are you looking for?
It's so loud. Fine, boom, level 4. You seem to be selling any bandages or
Thank
anything,
you.
so maybe you could just use it as a... Okay, let's have a look round. We can't kill goblins yet, so we'll run around. We'll do a little gameplay loop thing, running around, killing what we can kill. Maybe doing some gathering, if you see anything to gather. Explore the area a bit. Oh, what's it going? Well, can't buy wounds. No, I don't have enough mana. I'm going to die. Okay. Rabbit with horns. It's hardcore. I spawned on some stuff. Nice. Not sure if Bind Wound is in or out of combat. Or both. Well, I've just noticed, because I'm very slow, is that there's a little number next to the name of the mob, and oops, didn't change the skill, and it tells you what level it is. Which is handy. The animals are social aggro altogether. So I've got a boar plus 2 snakes there. Maybe that type of snake is just a... sit command. Not sure. Maybe there's no sit to get your stuff back quicker. I mean, it doesn't take that long anyway. Hey Don, how you going, mate?
Hurry, come here. There's something very wrong and unnatural happening within this region of Mythir. Don't know what
Rumours
it
of a
is.
cave.
I don't know how to stop it, but it's a feeling I get whenever I get close to that history.
I'll go find his evil spirit.
Tell me what,
Will at the
they are
moment.
cooking up something over there. Only get this type of feeling from something like that. For rumors of a cave, I'll need you to go explore and see if you can find anything over there.
Greens, you old bird. If you think I'm gonna hail that old britchin' wizard, you can think again. That Bilge Smith will ruin my life. I don't care if you turn me in, but for some reason, I don't think you will. Say to that piece of wretch, he can go die for all I care. I know a piece of words ever get me executed, but I have a good feeling about you. If you did turn me in, that arrow I tick in the knee still gives me terrible pain, so at least I'll get rid of that if they hang me. Henry, listen. I need some supplies for the... I'm sorry, some trades that I need to make to earn some money.
He's still
I'm
talking.
desperately low on goblin urine. I know it's disgusting, but that stuff is just amazing for mixing a poison. I'm not gonna poison anyone, by the way. I just need for a trade. So, yeah, collect some for me, eh? I'll be hugely helpful. I'll make sure you get something good for you.
Come on. Yeah. Who's that big bloke? Keeps appearing in a loading screen. Is he behind the wall there or something? What do you guys think so far? I know it's early, but I just feel like I'm playing an MMO that I played before. And it's doing the same things. Maybe there's a load to be... I'm sure there's a load to be fleshed out, but... I'm sure he said C was like a key for checking out the mob or something. It doesn't seem to be doing anything particularly. Maybe it's not. Yeah, that's yeah, that's said much better than what I was trying to say at the start. There were a couple of copper veins over here when that guy gave us the quest, but they haven't respawned. I think the issue is that's kind of the excuse we use for all games. You need to play this game for 100 hours before it gets fun, kind of thing. And I don't understand why as a necromancer type class and as a class that's called a warlord, it's basically the same. I could be playing the necromancer and it would just be the same, because at the moment it's just a select a melee attack and use that. And I know it's early days, but I think, as I said before, okay, fine if that's what they want to do, but this is not working in the current climate. For whatever reason, Embers Adrift didn't work. Shroud of the Avatar didn't work. Project Gorgon's got the less population than it had 6-7 years ago when I first started playing. You know, it's like we're just kind of repeating this cycle. Yeah, but I think you have to give people something early on. I think this is not running around with a stick naked. It's just not, even in kind of like the premise of an RPG where you make progress. I just don't think that. I mean, all the other MMOs, all the classic MMOs do it. You know, if you pick a high elf paladin or an Ixar necromancer, it feels different. It's from level 1. This just feels like I'm playing the same class with no. I don't know. Maybe it's me, but maybe I'm just not. Maybe I'm just not the target audience for these games. I'm not sure. In which case, like, maybe market them as something different. Maybe say, this is our MMO, this is what we're doing. Don't use the classic moniker. I think it's become a bit of a meme at this point. I'm not talking about visually or gameplay or whatever, but this game doesn't feel like any classic MMO that I've ever played. And neither do any of the other ones I've played so far. So obviously it's kind of like trying to interpret it, but what are they using as their interpretation? I just don't think there's any need to be running around naked with a stick. It's not attractive and it's not like compelling, you know. It's like, yeah, it's got no. It doesn't have any identity. The game doesn't have any identity at the moment. And my character doesn't have any identity. Goblin level 5, it's not even worth the bother. So turquoise, is that to mine there maybe? It's funny because even the gathering is very similar to Embers Adrift. Oh, I can just gather whatever I like. I think the thing with EverQuest was that you felt you were even though you were a level 1 newbie, you were part of something straight away. You had a guild, you know, and you went and spoke to your guild, and you were part of a greater thing that was going on, even in Shroud of the Avatar, really. You know, the Ultra Online kind of progression where you... I mean, I played Ultra Online recently, an emulated one. Not the one I did a video about, but one that was like more a classic thing. And even initially from the start there, you know, you get your weapon, you can make your own pretty early on, a fairly basic one. That cave, I'm not sure that cave is that cave where the spirit was, but there are goblins in there. More gobbos. Little goblin camp. I like some of the models of the goblins. I like the fact this one, shaman. Oh, the shaman's got like face paint and stuff on. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not even fighting a normal goblins, let alone the shaman ones. Let's see if there's any crafting. See what the requirements are. It doesn't seem to be a sit to get you to speed up your what I can see. Hey, Mr. Rogers. Rabbit. Why is the snake assisting the rabbit? Yeah, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see anything in the controls about sitting. I don't think stuff regenerates quicker when you're running, or whether you're running or standing still. So it just seems to be a generic thing. Yeah, it's nice to have like a sit option, resting option to speed things up a bit. I mean, it's not chronically slow, but. Tanning rack. Skin weaving. Okay. What is a ball? Shop lease. Wow. I wonder if you can have different interiors for your shop depending on what you're selling. I'm assuming you can. And in Project Gorgon you had Project Gorgon Worm was taken over by a different company not that long ago. And I think there were some players who were worried. It looked like it. I think it was a Chinese company or something, but it looked like it might become a bit of a cash shop kind of type thing, type of game. But I'm not sure. Other than that, that's just a route. Just what I was reading. I did kind of look at the forums recently. Let's see if this guy's got a quest that's relevant to. Oh, that's interesting.
Welcome, my fellow sojourner. I know you serve the Triune, I can tell. When you've been in this battle for as long as I have, you can see right through the heart of those who are not corrupted.
Okay.
It's easy to tell with you.
I'll accept
Anyway,
the quest, buddy.
so here's the
I
deal.
don't really think that.
Need someone to kill a Dahmer. What's a Dahmer? Good question.
I don't think you'll
A
be getting
Dahmer
it
can smell
anytime-
jewels, treasures, and general goods.
anytime soon.
They can tell that they are real from counterfeit and ensure quality. They're a bit rare, but they are so incredibly useful. Not easily fooled, usually smart as a whip. However, we found one in Tradeport that is not nearly as intelligent as the rest of them. He's one of several that the Velem use to confirm their trade quality. He usually gets the job done, but we think we can fool him. They know he's not as intelligent, but with how rare these types of creatures are, you can take what you can get, and chances are not high he'll miss too
Baby
many
trolls, 20 plat.
to cost them. That being said, we think we can hit him with a huge
Quite dark stuff
transaction
in the
he's
game,
alone
which I like.
and can't get verification quickly. We know the head Dahmer won't be there next week due to travels back to the homeland for something evil, I'm sure. Lots of details are involved in getting this done that I won't bore you with, but we need a bottle of gold paint, a war pustule, and a single piece of impure frog.
Rabbit meat, that's the first one
We'll
of
collect
those
them
I've
and
seen.
report back to me as soon as.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was. Worm Online was a MMO I wanted to spend more time in, but it was just far too grindy to get anywhere. I love the idea of it, but Yeah, they need more of a balance of... I didn't mind the subscription in Worm. The issue was there were 2 subscriptions. So there was like a subscription to pay for your plot of land to build on, and then also there was a subscription that I think you required to actually progress your skills past a certain point. I thought that was a bit of a piss take. Fucking massive bees around this place. If they just stuck it all into one subscription for a tenner, it would have been fine. I think Worm was always one of those games to me where it felt like it was one of those things where it sounds good on paper. But when you play it, the reality is it's only going to appeal to a very, very small group of people. And that's not because of the mechanics of the game. It's just how Worm is set up, particularly with progress. I think Worm Unlimited, you can change the rate of progress yourself and stuff, can't you? So. No way, they're doing an extraction shooter. Oh my god, I'd love to see the monetization of it. They've obviously seen how popular they are and think they're going to make a buck on skins and things. Those fucking crooks, honestly. Jesus. It's funny how people still make excuses for that lot. I mean, they had some kind of thingy game, didn't they, with Richard Garriott again a little while ago, but that seems to have died. I think they were trying to cash in on the what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. I think Helldivers 2 has shown everyone really, certainly from a monetization and progression point of view, how to do an extraction game. NFTs, that's right, yeah, that died though, didn't it? That one when NFTs died, I guess. I mean, I had a whale of a time with Helldivers 2 for about 50 or 60 hours or so. Yeah, do they though? Or do they... I mean, Gary, it just kind of turns up every now and again, doesn't he, for a birthday stream or something? I don't know if they really do. Maybe they're fronting it. Yeah. As I said at the start of the video, I think that I know I'm probably in a minority. I don't know, but I just think indie MMO development is in a very bad place right now. I don't think they're I think mismanagement for projects that have been in development for 10 years. Developers just making the same cycle of mistakes over and over again. I just don't think it's in a particularly good place. I think that we kind of treat indie devs as like endangered species sometimes, because it's easy to get on more personal terms with them, but I don't think, I don't think it's I looked at Enshrouded, and I did. It looks interesting. It's kind of on my list of things to try. I'm gorging myself on Dragon's Dogma 2 at the moment. That's pretty ace. Star was the ultimate grifter, the ultimate con man. I remember looking at some of the stuff, some of these inventions or ideas that he came up with and tried to get money for. Yeah, he's the ultimate. He's the Anita Sarkeesian of MMO grifting. Or anything. I saw the surfboard thing. That was hilarious. Yeah. How's DD? How's I'm almost scared to say how it's performing for me, mate. To be honest with you, because people just jump on you. But for me, it's like butter. I don't quite understand what's going on with that. I mean, I've got a 4090, fair enough, but I've seen people with 4090 saying that they're getting poor performance at 1080p. I mean, I've been running it max 4K. I've turned a few things down that don't really have any impact on the visuals, but generally it's kind of max, and it's been, apart from when I'm running around in the main city, it's been nothing but smooth for me, so I don't quite know. So I don't quite know what's happening there. Yeah, I mean, Dragon's Dogma for me is like a drug. The first one was, I was just absolutely obsessed with it. I still am, and I'm still obsessed with this. I'm obsessed with the second one as well. It's so different. Like, it feels like a Japanese RPG made for a more Western audience as opposed to your traditional JRPGs. And because of that, it's got all these quirky ideas and stuff that we just don't seem to be creative enough in the West to come up with anymore. That I really love, you know. It's still got some weird stuff, you know, like it's got some weird console stuff still. So it's got like a save save and exit to start a screen kind of vibe things and all those kind of console related things from the PlayStation 1 era. I will do, mate. Yeah, what I'll do, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I love the porn idea. It's just fantastic. They are quite annoying because I keep talking, but if you're on a quest and you get a pawn in your group who's already done the quest with their own kind of like arisen, then they say, I know where this quest is, follow me, and you can follow them to the quest. That's brilliant. Or they'll say, there's a chest, I discovered a chest around here, and they'll show you to the chest. It's a great idea. And I've had quite a lot of people use my pawn that I created, and when they're finished with them, you can send little presents back to the owner of the pawn as like thank you for your pawn kind of thing. But yes, brilliant. But I love the first one. The only thing I'm not sure about with this one is that the first one had this crazy expansion, which was like a massive, great big, dark, scary dungeon type thing. That was kind of like Endgame. But this doesn't really have that yet, so I'm kind of wondering. But it's a massive game, massive map, massive world. It is a console port, yeah, and it really does show. There are certain aspects that are weird. I've actually plugged my controller in for it because it's not. It kind of works with a mouse and keyboard, but you know, it's not great. Oh, now I've got to pull you up there. I think a flaw in the English language spoken by an Englishman. I'm afraid that I've got to pull you up there. Okay. Yeah, so porn. So okay, yeah, pawn shop and porn. But yeah, I think porn and porn would sound very similar. Depots. Yeah, when it was sovereign, I thought it was supposed to be sovereign, or however you want to pronounce it. And I thought to myself, is sovereign like sovereign in a different language or something? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a word they made up, or maybe it's an actual word. That I'm just not aware of. Was that the first one, Liz? Because I played the first game just mouse and keyboard only. But for some reason, the second one feels like a bit of a downgrade in certain aspects. So my pawns are fucking idiots in this game, honestly. Don't walk near a ledge, they'll just jump off. Don't walk near water, they'll run in and die. You got three pawns, mind. Wolves have this ability where they pin you down. And you can get pinned down by 3 wolves. They just sit there ravaging you, and your pawns are just sitting there like that. Yeah, the pawn AI seems worse than the first game. There are certain things that seem worse than the first game, but it is just more of the same. It is funny it is funny when you're having a fight and you know one of your pawns just jumps off the cliff or whatever. It's frustrating, but it does make you laugh. And it's also one of those games where you just get some crazy random things happen out of the blue just because of the way it's designed. Like you're running along and there's this griffin that you see flying around the landscape. Oh, you're doing alright with mouse on too. Oh, fair enough. There's this griffin that just flies around the map. Occasionally it will come and jump on you and whatnot, which is quite funny. dude's level... I think my dude's a level 25 to 30 or something at the moment. And I got this high level, because what I try and do is, because you've got yourself and your pawn that you make, and they're always the same level as you. But the pawns that you can hire really the high level ones if you've got enough pawn credits, whatever it's called. So I try and keep my hired ones a few levels higher than me. And I got this high level rogue. I don't know what happened, but I did this quest for this noble woman and her son. And at the end of the quest, she got a bit rude and flounced off upstairs. And suddenly she came running down the stairs and slapped my character in the face. And then what happened was my rogue jumped on her and butchered her. I was like, holy shit, what the hell is going on? It was crazy. She come and slapped me for some reason. I don't quite know why, but my rogue went mental and jumped. She doesn't protect me from wolves, obviously, but some defenceless noblewoman. And my rogue's got this special attack where it does about 1 million attacks. She just knocked her on the floor and did special attack on her and slaughtered her. I was like, what the hell? It feels a bit like they've gone for this kind of like low magic thing again, Don. I don't know why. There is magic, but my necromancer got a stun spell, but he feebly threw a flask at the mob, and it lands on it and it hits it. And there was a bit in the lore where it says don't use magic, don't draw magic from within yourself. You have to use items and stuff, which is fine. But if all of your spells kind of involve chucking flasks and things, that's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna go very well. I do apologise for this stream actually, because I've zoned out. I have to say, and you know, it's not that there's anything wrong with the game particularly, but I've just done this a million times before, and I've kind of had enough, really. You know, I'm level 5 for... My necromancer was level 6 or 7, and I'm still running around with a stick naked. I don't get it. I'm not 100% sure what I'm working towards. Yeah, I'm sure it's just me. And if you played Embers Adrift or any of these other MMOs recently, maybe you're going to like this. I don't know. But I honestly, I've zoned out because I'm just killing animals, and I'm kind of fed up with killing animals. It wouldn't be so bad if I don't know, I felt more engaged with my character and my class or whatever it was, but yeah. Well, I kind of apologise because I don't know if it's me or not. I don't know. I mean, if I loaded up a classic EverQuest, no, if I loaded up a classic MMO emulated server now, I know I would enjoy it. So why have I stopped, or why am I not enjoying these games? I think there are obvious things about this that it's clearly not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable running around like this. I don't care what anyone says about RPG progression or whatever people want to say about it. I don't feel any connection to my character because he appears to be wearing fucking Calvin Klein boxers, and I'm running around with a stick. You know, I don't get it. And all my abilities so far, I was about to just say all my abilities so far are melee abilities, and this is a melee character. But I don't feel that there's any distinction between this character when I was playing a necromancer. And I know I only got a few levels in, but it doesn't need to be like this. You know, you can have some identity with your character at the start and then grow into it. I just don't know. I don't know. As I said, maybe it's me, and that's why I'm apologising. Maybe I'm being too hard on the game. But yeah, I mean, Monsters Memories does it better than all of the other games so far. Don't know what the game's going to be like as you go further in, but certainly from a start point of view, I feel engaged with the lore and the world and my character, and I'm struggling here. I don't know. You know, maybe the people will be watching it and stuff, and they will be exactly what I want. I want to run around, click some stuff, kill some mobs. That's kind of what I want, but I guess obviously I want something more than what this is. I don't know. I'm not even making any sense to myself, to be honest. It's like, I mean, it's like it's like you said, and I kind of agree. Like, you know, maybe when I'm level 15 or 20 or whatever it may be, things will be completely different. But I go back to my point at the start of the video, and people don't have the patience anymore. You know, sometimes I feel like a bit like an old fuck just moaning about stuff. But a lot of what I say is echoed by you as well. Every MMO I play, you know, you either tell me stuff that you think that I don't always agree with, or you echo what I'm saying, or I say stuff and you don't agree with it. But in general, you know, what I'm saying is often just reflected of the 10 years I've been doing the channel. I can harvest this, and what I've said, and what you've said to me, you know. So it's not just one old miserable fucker pissing into the wind. And you only have to go around looking at the indie MMOs we currently have available and see that people are just not connecting with them. You know, it's very, very short. Like there's an influx of interest at the start, but it tails away very, very quickly. And I think that interest tails away like quicker and quicker and quicker. When Embers Adrift, literally, I think it was a few weeks, and the interest just tailed off. And I just don't know if people have the appetite for. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what you guys think about the whole thing. Maybe you're all playing indie MMOs and you're all loving them, you know, and it's just me. I don't know. Like I'm a repetitive. Like I don't know if it comes across particularly, but I'm mega autistic in certain things, and repetitive tasks are my thing. Like I wake up in the morning, and if I don't do the same things every day in the same order, and I don't need to go and talk to someone about it, I'm quite happy with it, then I really get anxious about it. And I like playing games where you just do the same thing all the time. I recently played. I'm recently playing Helldivers 2, and literally when you start the game, there's only a limited amount of. It's like an extraction game, and you go down and do a quest, and then you extract, and the quests are pretty much all the same. But I was addicted to it. There were certain quests I like, and I would keep doing the same quest over and over again. So it's not that I'm sick of the repetitive processes of MMOs, but it's just. We're just not going anywhere. It's not moving forward. And I understand maybe it's a I don't know, an investment thing. Maybe you know, I'm not asking for miracles, but I just feel that what I'm doing at the moment, I just feel like I've done it. And I really apologise for the developers of the game, because it's not this game particularly. It's just the whole market at the moment, the whole indie MMO market. You know, we keep being told that this is the next classically inspired MMO, and it comes out, it's kind of the same as the last one. You know, it's I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. That's interesting, mate. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons. I mean, I over the last year or so, I've been asked every now and again I get a message from someone saying, why are you not covering MMOs anymore and stuff. And I think it's kind of partly what you said, you know. I kind of felt I thought I got into a cycle of like I feel that MMOs are in the same cycle. I feel that I got into a cycle of content where I'd start an MMO, I'd enjoy some aspects, then things would start to, the shine would start to wear off, and then you got to a point where Shroud of the Avatar was like it, Embers Adrift was like it as well, where I felt like I was just making content and just picking on it, you know, because I think because I got frustrated, you know, because I wanted Shroud of the Avatar to be great, and there were certain things in Shroud of the Avatar that I loved doing, like going out and taming animals. I love taming classes, and no MMOs just don't offer you that anymore. And I was really caught up in that, like taming the rare, looking for the rare creatures and taming them, all that kind of stuff. I loved all that. I love the kind of Magic the Gathering, you know, kind of card system type combat and stuff. But I don't know who came up with some of the ideas in Shroud of the Avatar that were good. But I kind of got the impression that those people left, and then you're left with the fuckwits like Chris and Starlong or whatever, and all they wanted to do was sell more pajamas and pumpkin lanterns and stuff. But yeah, we probably had similar views about Shroud of the Avatar in the sense that the potential that some of the systems had, but it was just run by fuckwits in the end, you know. And maybe the people with the talent, I don't know who came up with the card system. I can't imagine it was Chris Spears, not for the life of me that it was him. I don't know, maybe I'm being unfair on him. Sorry, I'm going back through the my outburst there as produced a lot of comments, so let me go through and see. I played Final Fantasy 11 a bit, and it was one of those MMOs that I felt like I kind of wanted to play more of, but I kind of didn't. No, did he? He came up with the Magic the Gathering card system thing. Oh, fair enough. I mean, there's something he got right then. Embers Adrift, yeah, I don't know. Embers Adrift was the game that made me stop covering MMOs in the way that I was covering them. I just felt that I got really frustrated with it, and it kind of was coming out in the videos. Again, like I don't come from a position of trolling. I come from a position of thinking this MMO could be good if the developers just didn't have their heads up their arses so much and think that I see a lot of, I don't know if anyone remembers back in the EverQuest days, but I think EverQuest was the MMO that coined like the vision meme, where you stick to the vision and stuff. And I think the issue here at the moment is that the developers are too close to their projects, you know. We can all, even if we're creative, we can all come up with stuff that doesn't work, or an idea that's not hitting. There's nothing wrong with that. I've done projects at work before, big projects, and you know, someone's come along and kind of, I was going to say picked holes in it, because that sounds like they come and they've critiqued it, and I've been like, oh yeah, whatever, fuck you. There's nothing wrong with it at all. So I understand like where that comes from, but. Yeah, I know. Yeah, what was his name? Undone or something? He's a former dev, isn't he? Yeah, but it wasn't coming from a place of mean-spiritedness. I generally want one of these MMOs to play and to work, but it's like, and as I said, if it was just me, then I would move off into the sunset and just say, look, I'll just go and play some different games. But you know, many of you have said to me over the last however many years I've been doing the channel that I'm not sure if any of you have played it. I think a lot of people were put off by the visuals and stuff, and unfortunately it is also super grindy. But in the 10 years we've been doing this channel, you know, obviously outside of the proper classic emulated MMOs, I think Project Gorgon is the best MMO that I've played by quite some way. And it's not because particularly the combat mechanics and stuff were any good. I think a lot of classic MMO players might not like the combat mechanics in something like Project Gorgon, because it's a bit more gather up mobs and kind of burn them down quick and stuff, you know, that kind of thing. But there's just so many brilliant ideas that some of the, you know, a lot of them are quite divisive. You know, like if you catch lycanthropy, then you're stuck being a werewolf for a period of time during the real world full moon, which is a fucking amazing idea. I'm not sure if you still had to do it, but if you were a necromancer, you had to go to a graveyard to summon your pets. Again, you know, some people might get frustrated with that, but what a brilliant idea. Learning to talk Goblinese. You know, a come through rabbit is a class. It's brilliant. But I know a lot of you, when I played it, didn't really seem to connect with it. I'm not quite sure what it was. But yeah, I know a lot of you just didn't seem to play it or didn't connect with it. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it was visuals or whatever. Visually, it kind of, I mean, it's by some old Asheron's Call Dev, so it kind of reminded me of that. But yeah, I mean, Project Gorgon, by far the best indie MMO that I've played since I started playing them. But going back to what I was saying about previous games, it's not that I'm mean or I want to be mean to them or troll them or whatever. You genuinely see potential in them, but the developers just don't really seem to. They're too close to their project and they're too close to their original vision, and they won't change it no matter what the population's like. I'm assuming that it's because of investment, so they don't need a population of players to keep the lights on. Yeah, I mean, inventory management. Yeah, it's a real bugbear of mine. The fact that you can't you can't make bigger backpacks in Embers Adrift to increase your inventory space was, well, one of the smaller issues I had with it. But yeah. No, I understand. I did go through I've used the word grind, but not necessarily in a negative way. Like the grind of increasing your backpack in Embers Adrift, I quite enjoyed it. You know, it was kind of felt a bit role-playing-y. I do get you, because inventory space in any game, actually single-player games, is always something that really, really pisses me off. Not having enough of it, I should say. Yeah, but Project Gorgon is the best one I've played in the, I don't know, was it 10, 11 years I've been doing this now. But it's not very approachable, I would say that. Unless you're a really, really old, experienced head, then it's not very approachable. You really need to look at systems and stuff. The one thing that put me off eventually, the reason I kind of stopped playing it mostly, was, this might sound weird, it was a never-ending grind. And I know MMOs are a never-ending grind, but skill progression was an inverted pyramid. So if you wanted to be a swordsman, think of an inverted pyramid where swordsman is a skill at the bottom, and you can raise the swordsman skill to a certain point. But then to be a better swordsman, you could be, but then you had to start leveling all these other skills that are just not related to being a swordsman in any way. So you've got your swordsman, then you've got these other 2 skills that you can raise to make yourself a better swordsman. But then those skills also require skills to raise to make those ones better. So you ended up with this pyramid with the swordsman skill at the top, or fire mage, or whatever it was, and this inverted pyramid above you of all these skills you had to raise. I just felt it was just a continuous grind. But I love the world, I love the atmosphere. It's funny though when with a game like, I think Project Gorgon more than any other showed me what I wasn't looking for in an MMO. So when I found out that if you go to the cold zones, you can die from exposure essentially, or whatever it's called, hypothermia. So you can carry little campfires and stuff, and you can put a campfire around to warm you up and those kind of things. Or you can find a campfire within the world, or you can use magic to heat yourself and that kind of thing. And when I first came across that, I thought, oh, it's quite an interesting, actually. It's quite an interesting mechanic. I quite like that, yeah. But once I got to those, once I was questing in those zones, I was like, no, this is shit. I'm fed up with this. It's just annoying, you know. So it's interesting. Project Gorgon really pushed my boundaries, and kind of set my boundaries as to what I kind of liked and what I didn't like in an MMO. Grind for no reason, yeah. I mean, we all love grinding. I love grinding to a certain extent. I wonder why these dead mobs are here. I'm not sure if it's supposed to. I kind of thought there should be something here, like maybe you spawn a mob or something. It's like, this is like proper Godfather stuff. This is. It feels like there should be something here. Maybe it's part of a quest at some point that I'm not doing because I'm not focused on it at all. Yes, some of the systems in Project Gorgon were just tuned too extreme for people. I can definitely understand that. Do you know, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Maybe it's because I didn't get engaged with my class when I first started the game, but I shouldn't be running around with a stick and in my pants. I'll go to town and see if there's any way of making stuff for myself. Maybe I'm being hard on the game, and it's me. I don't know. I've only come across animals yet. I can't find goblins yet, because I guess I should have grinded up to get to a level where I could fight goblins. I've got some ore and stuff, so... interesting, yeah, a few other people have said this feels more like a survival game than an MMO. Maybe it's because of how I'm playing it. No. So... this looks like it should be a crafting area for metalwork, but it is not. I love New World, or I should say that I love the... I still log in to... I love the gameplay loop of exploring the world, opening chests and gathering. I think they absolutely nailed that. Everything else... not so much, but that's the best gameplay loop I've had in an MMO. Yeah, it was such a dopamine rush. But every time you gathered from a node or you opened a chest, they've got that just right where you just didn't know what you were going to get. Are you going to get a rare gatherable, or are you going to get a rare item from a chest, or a trophy or something? It was like, I think that's what they did right. It was. I loved it for that. I loved it. Every time, yeah, I just felt a little bit of a rush every time I gathered from something. And there were loads of chests and nodes. So it was like a mini rush every few seconds. Yeah, I mean, they as I said earlier on in the stream, like, you know, indie MMO players, classic MMO players, whatever you want to call them, are rejecting what we've currently got. Now, whatever the devs want to say about that, whatever the fanboys want to say about it for whatever game, that's the reality. You've only got to go and play these games to see that, you know, in the first week or so, some of them start off with hundreds, if not a couple of thousand players join in and play because they're looking for that classic MMO experience again. But very quickly, and it's quicker with every game, the cycle of people leaving these games is getting shorter, and the development, the time that people are giving these games are getting shorter and shorter and shorter, and people just move on to something else, and they quickly. Yeah, I'm not sure. See, I think potentially the indie MMO that's currently in development that will maybe potentially keep people the most is Monsters and Memories, and that is, with the greatest respect to it, that is almost an EverQuest clone. You know, in more so than any of these other games in the way that mechanically how it plays. Certainly from a combat point of view, I love these flowers. So I don't know. Like I kind of feel that modern classic MMOs have been telling us that that's what they're giving us, but they're not. And maybe that's why people are rejecting them. You know, they're telling us that they're harking back to EverQuest, or many of them talk about EverQuest, so I'll say EverQuest. I know I keep saying EverQuest. But are they? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think. I mean, people play Pantheon. Some people. I'm not. I don't know. I don't want to talk badly about other people that make content about indie MMOs and stuff, but I see people playing. There are kind of channels out there where I was talking about the content creator earlier. I saw a stream a while ago where there was a content creator who was streaming a game with one of the dev team from one of these MMOs, and he just kept agreeing with everything they said, despite the fact that people in the chat were asking the same questions that we'd all been asking about the game years ago, with regards to why this, that and the other and whatnot. And it felt like the content creator was just there just for clicks, or just for access, essentially, so they can keep doing development streams or whatever it may be. There wasn't any pushback, there wasn't any challenge, there wasn't even any questioning as to what is going on. And I kind of feel that there are people that will play this game over the next couple of days, and they will just say, I just feels like EverQuest. I feel like I'm playing EverQuest again, and I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm about to die. But people said the same about Pantheon. Like I played the two Pantheon. I played a couple of Pantheon pre-alphas, like around the Christmas period. And it was soul destroying. It was so soulless. The game didn't have any identity whatsoever. It was horrible. And it felt so unfinished even after all this time. But I see people saying they play Pantheon and it just feels just like EverQuest. It doesn't feel anything like EverQuest. I mean, it's got a mechanic. It feels like more like a post-WoW classic, if anything. It's got this horrible ability where you use basic attacks, and basic attacks build up a resource, and then when the resource gets high enough, you use it on an ability. All of your abilities have got cooldown numbers that tick down and stuff. It didn't feel anything like EverQuest at all. Yeah, I mean, there was potential there for it to be a reasonably strategic MMO, you know, once your class got some abilities and stuff. But yeah, I just think that it was just a horrible experience. It just felt soulless. It didn't feel like EverQuest. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I agree. I think maybe they're telling us they're giving us EverQuest, but they're not. Maybe that's more. I don't know. Maybe that's more of the problem. Don't know. Now we come to the solo group thing. I saw I don't know. I guess I'm probably not the best example of this particular topic, but I saw. I was watching a video, and it was about. You know, occasionally you get recommended videos when you play a game for a bit because everyone's listening to what you're doing. And I was looking at a best solo class in the current season for World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. And you go into the chat, and maybe there's some people like this in the chat at the moment. I don't know, but in the chat there was the people. What I've seen a few people say since time began, and that is MMOs are supposed to be a social experience. If you don't like them, go and play a single player game. Well, that's arse rot. That opinion, in my opinion, it should be a social game, obviously. But the games, the MMOs that don't do so well, are the ones that force you to group. Particularly in the indie MMO sphere, because it seems to be trendy in the indie MMO. I'm having a fucking moan at indie MMOs today. I don't mean to. I think all my frustrations of the last 10 years are coming out in this one stream. I think MMOs should have. What the fuck is that? A Foggy Ripper. Okay, dude, I think I'm going to die here. Okay. So I think an MMO should always have content that is only done with a group. Whether it's raids or whatever it may be, there should always be content that requires that. Because then what's the point? But for the most part, from the leveling experience point of view, and doing general stuff in the world, I think if you force people to group just to do that stuff, then I just think it's the wrong move. You know, I think allow people to make progress solo in some form, so they don't get stuck. Unless they want, you know, if you want the big, you know, dragon cock sword of +10, like destroys the world, then obviously you should have to go in a group and go on a raid for that. I think that's fair enough. But I think blocking people behind having to group to make progress in the game is just not. I don't think it's not. Well, my experience of talking to people is that it's not what people want, essentially. And Embers Adrift, ragging on it again, but Embers Adrift suffered from that badly. I remember running around in that game, and I was gathering, and someone said to me, and this was a bit after release, when there weren't many people playing. Someone told me and said, "Look, can I buy some iron from you? I'm desperate. I don't have a gatherer, and there's no one available to buy it from." I said, "I'm sorry, but I'm right. I intended to F off, but I said, I'm sorry. I'm leveling it up, so I need it all for myself." So you got an MMO where, you know, this guy couldn't progress his crafting because he couldn't buy anything because there wasn't anyone selling any resources for it. You could say that maybe he could go and create a gatherer himself and whatever, and go and gather it himself. But then he's soloing. You know, where's the community selling stuff? You know, and there just weren't enough players to support that type of social interaction that they had. As I said, I'm not saying that an MMO should be soloable. I think there should be content. Of course, there should be content that is group orientated. But yeah, exactly. You know, I remember playing Embers Adrift when in its previous incarnation, and it was brutal, and that's fine, I guess. But and I'm not saying that there aren't some people who won't play that, but it's going to be a very small audience. Yeah, it's. I'll go back to what I said before about people emulating EverQuest, but they're not. EverQuest is. I mean, I know everyone won't want to do this, but there's a dude on Twitch who literally went through every class, leveling it to 60, solo, self-found. And we're talking even rogues and shit, you know. And I was watching him, and obviously he's got an amazing knowledge of the game, but not anything that you couldn't do if you've got the time. You know, if you're an average player and you've got the time, but you know a lot about EverQuest, anyone could do it. So EverQuest is a perfect example of everything, really, isn't it, from an MMO point of view? But yeah, people say that EverQuest is brutal and it's not soloable, you need a group and stuff, but that's rubbish. You can level to 60 on any class if you're stubborn enough. You know. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Oh, I started off that. I will pay more attention to this game. I mean, I need to stop streaming soon. Actually, I should have paid more attention to the game and made more progress. And I mean, I will do over the next couple of days. What I'll do is I'll give the game a fair assessment when I've played more of it. Yeah, but EverQuest is a perfect example. People. I have actually heard like this guy's got some leather armour and stuff on. Let's just see if I can just buy some stuff to put on. See what happens.
What are you looking for?
Pants of poverty. I like that. Let's sell some stuff. Mana stone. Can't sell that. Okay, what we got? Let's buy some pants. Let's buy some basic slippers. It's weird, like the weapons you can buy are no better than that one has got strength +3 actually. Okay.
Thank
so
you.
We've spent some money on stuff. Yeah, sorry, I didn't finish my point, but my point is that EverQuest is a perfect, as you said, EverQuest is a perfect example of allowing you to basically do as much as you've got the time for. looking for... What am I doing? Back, shoulders, arms, waist, hands, rings... Boots. Okay, farmer's fork. Oh my god, what the hell is that? You know, I better double click or right click on the legs to put them on in. Legs. Okay. Wow. Holy smoke. I'll go and have a look. I was trying to find a forge or something back there, but it didn't seem to be. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, well, I know some people can get a bit precious about it, but I don't. I think that, as I said, sum up, I think that MMOs should have group only or raid only content, but I don't think there's anything wrong with soloing to the end if you can. I think the thing is that developers are kind of going out of their way to stop that, which seems a bit of a... I guess I probably need to buy some recipes or something. So like, I've said this before, but I think if you imagine if EverQuest was designed now, then they would probably watch one of the top enchanters on YouTube or whatever, and they would nerf it, and they would nerf all that stuff, and I think the game would just be a lot less fun because of it. Some ore, we need some leather wraps. Okay, so not sure if the guy sells leather wraps. Hey Steak, sorry I missed your background. Hang on a sec. Yeah, there's no audio option in the game to turn the sound down, so is that any better? Oh, okay. Okay, let's make ourselves an axe. Yeah, I do like the ambiance. It's one more piece of iron. I could have made a... Yeah, it's got 1 intelligence. Interesting. Okay. I'll probably have to go and farm some more stuff. Oh, it actually buys your weapon back that you made. It seems to be able to make a chest piece. Yeah, I'll you know, as I said, I think that my frustration at the indie MMO scene over the last 10 years is kind of, I've kind of taken it out on this stream. I do think that the game needs a better introduction. You know, am I a warlord or am I a bum? You know, I don't feel connected to the class, and the abilities so far are very similar to the abilities that I had in like feedback. So I had as a necromancer. And I'm also not sure about this low magic thing. You know, that really put a lot of people off of Embers Adrift. I'm not quite sure what the trend is with it, why it's popular. Maybe it's expensive to make flashy graphical spell effects and animations and stuff, but I'm not sure. But maybe further down the line there are classes that really feel like mage classes or whatever. But it was disappointing to see my necromancer throw a flask at a mob. And you can only throw it a couple of feet to kind of like, you know, crowd control it. That was a bit. Wild Boar level 4. So we're both level 4. Let's see how we get on now. I don't mind not being able to kill a mob that's my level at all. Oh, maybe you misheard me, mate. No, Embers is not popular at all. I mean, admittedly, I log in off peak, but I mean, I logged into a few games recently just to see what was happening with the population, and I think 12 players was. I mean, I think they've recently done some kind of free to play type thing, so maybe the population's gone up a bit. What was I saying? Yeah, but no, Embers Adrift's got there was no one playing it when I logged in, and thus I couldn't play it as an MMO, even if I wanted to. It's kind of why, like, a few people got cross when I said that the subscription in Embers Adrift was pay to win, and if it had a healthy population, and it wouldn't be, but the fact that you can only have one character if you're free to play really limits you in a game where there's a big requirement on social interaction to do crafting, for example, and if you can't get the items to craft, you have to go and gather them yourself. But if you don't pay, but because you can't learn all of the trade and gathering skills on one character, essentially, if you want to be a crafter, you have to pay the subscription, so you can gather the stuff yourself and then craft. Be happy if they just marketed it differently, though. I don't mind early access as such, even if they haven't got much to show. But don't tell me that you're marketing a game at me as a classic MMO player, and then your game comes out and it doesn't feel like a classic MMO, or your interpretation of a classic MMO is a relentless grind fest over and above what even something like EverQuest did. You know, I don't mind early access as such. I feel that we should stop paying for it. You know, oh, I don't think the Dragnarox is very happy with me there. Maybe the developer's thinking, this fucking idiot, all he's done is moan. Let's kill him. Something's happening. The world's changed. We haven't spoken about too much about the, because we've been whining too much. We haven't spoken about the game, the like game master kind of things that this game has. That does seem really interesting. I'm not sure if you, some of you have probably seen it, but it's kind of like got this. It's got these events that the developers can trigger in certain zones where like a boss will spawn or there's some objective to do, and they can kick them off in, I think, on individual servers, or they can spread them across all the servers and all that kind of thing. So that's quite interesting. I'm not sure if that's what's happening at the moment. Oops. Oh, my word. A darkened... Oh, here we go. Life's suddenly getting a bit better. Not that I'm going to win this fight, I don't think. Nice. Oh, he went. Now that was cool. Now that was cool. Just to being able to trigger these events. That was cool. I wasn't going to win. I guess so. Yeah. Or maybe it's like, because I said they can kind of do them so that I think they can set them automatically so that they can just go off at a certain time or particular. So I think that one of the videos shows a menu, you know, where you can choose the event and what server or all the servers for it to go on, I think, and then they can set a time to do it, or they can do it manually, you know. I imagine what they'll probably do is look at a server zone. Maybe if there's a lot of people around, then you kind of trigger it. Maybe there are triggers. Maybe there are triggers for how many people are in a zone or something, and it will trigger it. That'll be pretty cool. You know what? As time has gone on, I'm kind of feeling like I'm enjoying the game more, but I do feel that the game desperately needs some. It desperately needs some identity at the start. You know, I understand role playing, building up your character, starting from scratch, all that kind of stuff. But I don't want to kind of start a warlord and then start a necromancer, and the experience is kind of the same. I think that's kind of what we need. Oh, is that another dude? Ah, look at him, you see. He's obviously been playing the game properly. Oh, drag. I like the armor style. I like the studded leather. I like the helmet. The helmet looks very... What period is that? Kind of like French medieval or something, or it doesn't. I don't know. Don't recognise it as an English basin helmet, but I like it. That's pretty cool. Oh, thanks, mate. No worries. I'm afraid if you sit back and watch this stream, you'll hear me bitching about indie MMOs for the most of it, because I've kind of become a bit disillusioned with them, and your game has taken the brunt. But Yeah. I think with a few tweaks at the well, you know, people do whatever they want. I think with a few tweaks at the start, you know, just get people to feel a bit more like they're their class rather than some bum farmer who's been kicked out of his house by his wife. You know, just some identity, just a bit of class lore or something maybe, just to get people going. That might be a good idea. Because I just kind of didn't. I was really struggling to connect with a class. Because I started the Bone Stitcher before this, and it just felt this. It kind of felt the same. The experience was the same. Did I pick up and the Pantheon pre-alphas that I played were weird because it just felt like it felt like a proof of concept still when I played it. I think the last time I played it was a couple of months ago. It was weird. How I don't know if they're having to redo everything because of the new graphics engine. Oh, what the hell? Okay, we'll suck this death up. Fair enough. Hood was not the best choice. I don't know, but I would kind of expect at some point in the future the classes will have their own what do you call them, their own NPCs and stuff, so you go there and you buy specific skills for that class from them, and maybe you train in some stuff and whatever. I've actually got swarmed there. Might be crew content here. I think it was over here, wasn't it? There was a nice little selection of mobs there, but this has got that. My time playing when I played Embers Adrift, when I was playing it, I still quite enjoyed the gameplay loop of going around gathering and stuff. I think I kind of got stuck on that in, as I said, like New World really got me into like the gathering crafting thing in a big way. Yeah, Ashes of Creation kind of looks slick to a point where I'm not sure if calling it an indie MMO. I understand who's developing it, but there's a lot of investment in that game. I wonder if ability hits are positional, so maybe I was too high. Or maybe I just missed the special ability there. Yeah, we're on a roll now. We're getting into it. Oops. I had a nice little group of mobs here that are my level. Wish I had a ranged attack. Oh, I'm level 5. I'm at level 5. Oh, I lost it. I think I lost experience. Maybe. From dying. Okay. So he needs to be taking more... yeah, PvP for me is a no. You know, I don't want Master Killer 69 coming and ruining my day whenever they get bored. Yeah. Afraid not. So you can get overwhelmed in the game. So you've got to be careful about pulling. They talk about kind of like trying to restrict the PvP for punishing people and stuff, but I played too many MMOs where they come up with this criminal system or whatever it is, and I don't know, it never really seems to work. See, now, I'm not sure if I lose XP, maybe I do, but now I don't want to fight that boar, because the boar... Come back here, you little shit. Yeah, it's funny, because there is quite... We don't often talk about... Well, I say we don't often talk about, like, the MMOs that didn't actually make it out particularly, or just flopped and died. There's quite a lot of those as well. Funny thing is, though, is that is not uncommon in the in the indie scene, in the single player games as well, or in a more like AA aspect. I know if Asmongold reacts to a video and starts playing an indie game, it does really well. And like games like Valheim did really well off their own back. They deserve to. But for every Valheim, you know, there are hundreds, if not hundreds, of indie games that never make it, or just not good enough. You know. I think there's some great indie games out there, but I think it does get lauded a bit as a saviour of gaming when it kind of is. I guess if you only look at the ones that I'm starting to get that pull mob, kill mob, move on to the next one vibe. But I think it's because I found myself a little camp that... I think I could have made myself a shield as well. This ball's getting on my tits. Well, that was the thing that probably... yeah. That was the thing that probably killed... See you later, mate. I think that's what killed... Oh, bugger. The guards. I think that's what killed New World for me, actually, was that the fact that they started it as a PvP game and they persisted with that. And I just think it meant that the PvE system wasn't very good. I don't mind action combat, but it was so repetitive, cycling the same few skills over and over again a million times. There wasn't any tactical nuance to it. I mean, this game does have the loop that we're looking for. I think the thing that initially was a problem for me was that I started a necromancer and I was running around in a pair of pants, And I started a warlord, and I was still running around in a pair of pants. And most of my abilities were kind of like melee type abilities. And I think I think the game does need. I think you need to be able to identify your class a lot earlier on. Not from a point of view is that just so that you feel like you're role playing that class as opposed to having to get to that point. But then I never really liked those MMOs like EverQuest 2. They did it where you had to play a base class before you could specialise. It just wasn't really. I didn't find it fun. I don't find that sort of thing fun particularly. I just want to identify straight away with some lore, with a guild, you know, that kind of thing. Well, but yeah, this class is a warlord. But the problem is, I played a bone stitcher beforehand, and I know it's low level, but there was nothing to really distinguish them between the two of them. It just almost felt like it's the same class. I think that's what it needs. Don't run away, you bastard. Like a farmer. Well, that game did have the same problem where it looked like you were a farmer at the start of the game. It's just not appealing, you know. I don't want to be like, you know, running around in full plate and stuff, but I think there needs to be some identity between them. Now the little rabbits, I think, were what the hell is that? The little rabbits were dropping oh, that's a disease rat as well. It's a different coloured one. That's a sickly rat. Okay. It's funny. I think there's a minority of players who really want to kind of defend a game and whatnot. And I know on the previous game that I played, that had like an armor weight thing, you know, where your guy looked like an unemployed farmer again for quite a period of time, and the defense of that is, oh, you just want everything all at once and all that kind of thing, and it's not that. You just want some identity at the start. I don't mind the levelling pace, particularly as there seem to be quests that give you some XP as well. That's pretty good. I think pace of progress in indie MMOs has also become an issue. I think it's just taking too long. You shouldn't have to kill 1,000 mobs for one level, even if your game doesn't really have an end game. It's not the point. I don't think you should have to do that. Again, EverQuest got it perfectly right. The balance between leveling speed, I think. I quite like this little spot, this little camp here. This is pretty cool. The axe seems pretty tasty as well. So I'll tell you what the thing is at the moment now. How many fly farmer are here? It's funny though, because when you say the pace takes a bit too long these days, the thing is that it was never the case that it took this long. When I say this long, I don't mean this long in this particular game. I'm not quite sure at the moment, but Yeah, I mean, there was someone who worked out some numbers, and they were saying at the current, I'm not sure if it's changed, and I know that Embers Adrift has added some, like a quest board thing where you go out and do quests and you get a bit of XP. But someone worked it out, like in the mid-20s at the rate they were going, they were having to kill like 1,400 mobs just to gain a level. Now the excuse for that, by the people who defend it, is that there's no end game, so it doesn't matter how long it takes a level, but it does matter how long it takes a level, even if there's no end game, because I just think there's a psychological, I think we've all got a barrier where our brain says, how long is it going to take to get to this point, and do I want to keep doing that to get to that point? And I think if the threshold goes above a certain amount of time that we want to invest or we can invest, I think the equation just goes no, and your brain, the computer says no. Essentially, it was something like that. Yeah, it was over 1,000 mobs per level, and the reason for it was that there's no end game, so it doesn't matter how long it takes a level. But as I said, I think there's a psychological barrier. I think the other thing as well that maybe is not taken into account is that the target may be looking for a new audience, but the new audience doesn't want to take that long to level, and the old audience doesn't have that long to level. So a small minority do, and that's fine. You know, if you want to sit there for a couple of years playing an MMO and it takes you that long to get to the end game, that's fine. But I don't think the classic MMO audience now has that time. You know, I was quite old. I mean, I'm quite old. I started playing MMOs when I was 28 or something. So, you know, and even then I didn't really have the time that they required, but it was all new and bright and shiny, so it didn't really matter. But say you got into classic MMOs when you were a kid because your dad played them, which is what my two boys did. Then you're probably like maybe mid-late 20s into your 30s now, maybe going up into your 40s and stuff. And those people don't have the time. I also wouldn't mind seeing a slight tweak to... I've only really got the stamina at the moment to kind of use one ability, maybe two per combat. Combat doesn't take long, to be fair, but, you know, maybe a slight... yeah, of course, like even in your 50s and stuff, you're still going to have a mortgage and stuff to pay, so I think I don't know. You're not going to get a new audience because the kids... I mean, I tried to get my youngest son, who played WoW pretty much from the start, and he still plays WoW. At one point, he was in like he was probably in like the top 1% of players in WoW, at a skill level point of view. And I tried to get him to play over quest. He just wasn't interested. I think he just felt it was a step too far. So essentially, you're aiming it at us people in our age group, and we haven't really got the time. Yeah, as I said earlier, I think that I don't mind grinding. We all don't mind. We don't mind grinding in an MMO. That's the whole part of it. I like the grinding in an MMO, but as I said, I think maybe there's a subconscious limit where your brain just thinks it's not worth me pursuing this because of how long it's going to take me to get to a point. But the problem is that the arguments you see against that are too emotional. You know, you get called, you know, people say, I'll go back to WoW, and you just want it all at the start and stuff, and it's not the point. You know, there is a balance to be had between what's acceptable to the audience that you're trying to attract, and I think that it's slightly wrong at the moment. I think it's too extreme. to be honest with you, like if what would you? I mean, what in Embers? What would you say? Like if you say you were grouping, for the whole of a level, for example. I don't know what level you are. Say it's like mid-20s or stuff. Like how much time would it take to gain that level? Have you got any kind of numbers or anything? Oh, I ran up to the ball there because I wasn't paying attention. Maybe we can get this one. No, boar's still slightly too much. Well, I guess that answers a question we were saying earlier. Is that I don't think MMOs that don't allow you to make reasonable progress solo are gonna be popular. Are gonna work. You know, is an MMO that's got a dozen players logged in. Sometimes when you log in, is that working? It's not really. If solo is unplayable, then that's a fail. Personally, even in an MMO, I just think that you have to be able to log in and make progress that's reasonable. Because I mean, I imagine a lot of people's play times are also, if we're talking about the MMO, if you're talking about the classic MMO audience, which is what these games are targeting, I'm assuming, as we were just saying, you know, those people don't have the time to log in for a big session that's 5, 6, 7 hours or whatever it is. Most people will want to log in for an hour or two and just make a bit of progress. And if you can't do that reasonably, then I think that's a fail. I'm not saying it shouldn't be sociable. I'm not saying that some people get a bit jittery. I'm not a bit cross. I'm not saying that an MMO shouldn't have content that should only require a group. It should, but I just think from a basic progression level, you need to be, and that's the mistake that Embers Adrift made. Basically, it wasn't just me that said it. A lot of you said it to me as well. You know, is that you can't just log in and make reasonable progress if you've only got an hour or two to play. And I know the argument to that will be, well, then it's not the game for you, and that's fine. But then we don't play it, and there's no population. I guess that's the. Yeah, well, that's what we said earlier. I mean, I don't know if you've seen it, but I'm just repeating myself at this point. But you know, there's a guy on Twitch who made a series of videos of doing solo self-found, where he would play some of the hardest classes to solo in EverQuest, and he soloed them to 60 just by getting his own equipment. I don't think he bought anything. He said I think the restrictions he put on himself were self-found. So we were saying earlier, you know, it's a myth that EverQuest is not a very soloable MMO. It absolutely is. Even Classic is. Obviously, some classes are much better at it than others, but you can still solo everything if you want. It's just time, really. Okay, yeah, there was a guy on, I don't know if he still does it, but he just had a series of videos where he went through and soloed EverQuest, and it is a very soloable MMO. Yeah, I mean, I heard that. You know, I've heard the reason given that really, really chronically slow progress in an MMO. I mean, I think I heard one of the developers, or maybe the community manager, say that slow progress means you sit around and you experience the world for longer and all that kind of stuff. But as you said, you know, if it's a Unity asset store, it looks like it. Obviously, how long do you want to spend in that environment? And it's not like it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like the environment is is changing or evolving in any way while you're there. It's just the same. I just felt that as an excuse for the slow leveling process. Yeah, objectivity is a massive issue. The thing is as well is what I don't understand about the I'm sure we've all done it with EverQuest, is that if an MMO that was like that was you got to max level quicker, I would feel more inclined to play the game more because I'll play a different class. So not only is it unbearably slow to get the thing is as well is that we all like to play different classes. You know, most people, even people that will stick to a class and get to max level, they'll still then want to try another class, but that immediately puts you off because you think, oh well, I'm not going through that again, you know. And so again, it's a kind of like a double fail, because you're also putting off players that like to play multiple classes. You're never going to do that in a game that requires you to kill over 1,000 mobs to get one level. You're not going to do it. If I could make level 50 in a reasonable time, I want to say reasonable, I don't mean within a week or a month or whatever, within a reasonable time, and if I could make some of that progress solo if I had to, then I would be more likely to carry on playing the game, because I would then play a different class. But I don't seem to get that. You know, it doesn't seem to be a thing. I'm not sure if it's just because I attracted those kind of players, because that's what I was like, but a lot of my audience, EverQuest audience, were always talking about alts and, you know, and they play loads of classes and their character roster is full and all stuff like that. But I think you're also turning away the hardcore player as well. Like, there was a guy on P99 when I first started playing years ago, and he had this goal where he was gonna level every class to max level as a human, and all of his characters look the same. You know, he played the human skin, and they were all the same. And I think in the end, I don't know what his name was, but I think in the end he leveled all of the classes to level 60 or whatever it was, just as like a challenge to himself. And I don't think he's a hardcore player as far as I'm concerned, leveling every class to 60 that a human can be, and restricting yourself by being a human, whether you think that's a restriction or not. But that's hardcore. But that guy wouldn't play Embers because the requirements are really, you know. Yeah, I mean, people rag on Star Citizen, and rightly so. You know, I think that I think they're exploiting people who just have to spend their money on the FOMO, and they're charging ridiculous amount of money for shit models and stuff. But Star Citizen is probably the most immersive game I've ever played. I didn't really play a lot of Elite Dangerous, so maybe Elite Dangerous is the same level. But yeah, taking off and flying to a planet and landing on the planet anywhere you want and stuff and whatnot is, yeah. And the way they've modelled the planets and is pretty amazing. But, you know, I think financially it's not good. I'm interested to see how much XP the quests make up, because I've been making a note for the last half a level, roughly, of how many mobs it's going to take me to level at level 4, just killing mobs, and it seems like quite a lot. Now the kill count per minute or whatever is, I guess, is the ratio would be a bit quicker than EverQuest, but after the first few levels, kind of EverQuest balances itself out so that when if you kill a mob, a blue mob, you kind of get about 1% XP per kill. Later on, depending on the camp you're in, at the dungeon that you're at, and what the Zem is, you know, I mean, I've been in some dungeons where you get 2-3% XP per kill, even at the high levels. Obviously, outside of the 50 hell levels. This feels like it's maybe a bit slow for the level range. Level 4, I think maybe it's a bit too slow. Saying that, I didn't check to see if I was losing mobs, if I was losing XP when I died. So maybe I've killed a lot more mobs than I needed to. I didn't finish a point that we were talking about earlier about leveling slow makes it more immersive. It doesn't. It's just an excuse. But it kind of would do. Like in this game, maybe it would, because these random events, like if these random events happen regularly enough so that it kind of mixes things up a bit, yeah, it would make it a bit more interesting. I still think there is that limit. You know, I still think there's that limit where it's just too much, but maybe it would, it certainly spices things up a bit. If little boss mobs spawn and they seek you out and try and kill you and stuff, that would be pretty cool. I'll check out Imperion. I love a space game. I'll give it a bash. I kept meaning to go back to, what's the other one? No Man's Sky, but I just didn't go back to No Man's Sky. I felt a bit overwhelming, like there's so much content now, but I guess you've got to start somewhere, right? Let's move. My little camp here is turning into just boars, so let's move so we can find another little camp. We're almost level 5. Oh, I mean, like, you know, if you know, if the Eternal Tombs devs watch this video, they will probably get incredibly maybe frustrated and cross. But it's not really their game. I was kind of taking out my frustration with the indie MMO scene in general. I'm actually enjoying myself now. I'm enjoying the gameplay loop. But I do still stand by the points that the intro to any game now is very important. If you don't grab people straight away, it's a problem. And I think the intro to this game, as some of you commented on without me saying anything, is that it feels a bit like a survival game as opposed to an MMO. And I think to change that, you know, just create more of a connection between us and our class from at the start. Now I've chosen a warlord. Give me some lore and something behind the warlord when I'm starting. Don't let me have this, you know. I know maybe it's cliche, but it works. You know, I mean, when I was starting new character in EverQuest, I'd walk around talking to all the NPCs of the Paladin Guild or whatever, and listen to what they got to say, and you know, and you get your little tunic or whatever it is. You know, it's copying EverQuest, but it works. Yeah, I think kind of like doing a little bit of crafting and that random event thing just makes everything feel different. But even with that, I know I've said it about 50 times, but I still do feel a strong disconnect from the class I'm at. And as a few of you said, like, you level up, I'm sure that will come, but you know, maybe the people who've got less time won't give the game that long. Did I? No, I thought I found a bow for some reason, but I didn't. I think I saw a recipe for it. I need a bow to pull stuff with. I wonder what weapon swapping's like, if it's... Yeah, I don't want to pull that rabbit out of those. Actually, I'm level 5 now, so let's see if it's like EverQuest in a sense that low levels, an even level mob generally wipes the floor with you, but just that one level higher when it goes blue kind of makes it manageable. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I agree. Like, all, you know, these games need a... Again, we're just repeating ourselves, aren't we, really? But I think we all understand that these games need progression, and it needs to be meaningful progression. But I think in the indie MMO scene, there just seems to be... I don't know. It's just a slight disconnect as to what the developers maybe think that... I think we're still going to go down. Come on. Oh, we got it. Yeah, I still think it needs to be manageable. I guess that's what we're saying, isn't it? That we want a classic MMO and we want progress to be meaningful, but it needs to be manageable within our you know, within our lifestyle. Because many of us don't have the time to put in anymore. And I also hope and I wish that the developers would stop listening to the small minority of people that do have the time, because they seem to dominate the discussion about this kind of thing. And a lot of it comes from like an ego thing, you know. It's very much, I saw it in Shrouded Avatar a lot, where there was a small core group of players. Oh, that was a mistake. There was a small core group of players who would push back against all this stuff because they like the idea of being a big fish in a small pond, you know, and they didn't want there to be a bigger player base, because it just meant that they became less of a big fish, you know. It's I just think that we need to stop listening to those players. I wonder if rolling... Rolling's got a slight cooldown, but doesn't seem to use any stamina, so they might change that later on, but that might be... Also, I think the other point still stands, is that if you're going to have newbie quests, you need to have plentiful mobs available to get the drops from, because I think people will get really frustrated with that as well. Rightly or wrongly, I think that's what will happen. Is that snake dead? I think I killed the snake. Bugger. Ah, that's a point. I've often wondered that myself, because I kind of find it strange on... if it's a problem, I'll try and work it out for future streams, but OBS didn't do HDR at all until recently, but it does now do HDR now. But depending on what screen you're watching it on, you can kind of change the setting, but it's not perfect. Maybe I need to set up some filters and stuff to make it better. But if the game looks a bit over or under contrasty or whatever, it could be that I'm running on a HDR screen. I don't think the game's got HDR, but what Windows does now is that it applies HDR, a form of HDR to a game. Particularly, I think, like Unity or Thingy engine games. Yeah, the gatekeeping is a massive issue. I mean, I think some things should be gate kept, but, you know, like when you're telling experienced MMO players that they're wrong, about what's classic and what's not classic. I just feel that as I said, I feel it's an ego thing, you know, and I think partly you want the devs to pat you on the back and say, oh, good boy, and partly, as I said, you want to be a big fish in a small pond, and if there are more players, that it detracts from that. There were some players on Shroud of the Avatar who I saw people making great suggestions about the economy and stuff, but they were just flatly against it because the economy then would not benefit them. Oh, mate, how you doing? Yeah, because so then their little empire would not be as big as it would be, which was a bit of a shame. So, okay, I've been streaming for a lot longer than I was going to. I need to go and get myself some lunch, dinner, or whatever now. But I will continue to play the game. What I do is Thursday. Is it Thursday tomorrow? Friday's Easter Friday, and Saturday is my wife's birthday, quite a big birthday. So I won't be doing anything on Friday. What I'll probably do is I will probably come back a bit later and play it and make some progress, but I probably won't stream it. But what I'll try and do I've got quite a lot to do tomorrow. But what I'll do is I'll stream again tomorrow morning, just so we can make a bit more progress. Okay, so to sum up, I was, in some aspects, I was unfair to this game in this stream, because I think, as I said, I just think that my frustrations recently at indie MMOs kind of came out in this stream, which was probably a bit unfair. But the beginning of the game has got some issues. If previous MMOs have taught me anything, it's that people don't want to look like unemployed farmers at the start, and we want to feel some connection to our class. We don't want to start a class and we all look the same. You know, even if it is like a role-playing build-up thing, you make progress and whatnot. I don't really think we want that. I think some kind of introduction to our class at the start will be better. And I also feel that for the playtest at the weekend, I think it's the weekend where there's going to be more players, it needs to have you need to have loads of quest mobs that drop the stuff, so people are not getting frustrated fighting over things. Because I mean the first two newbie quests require you to get 10 rat meat, and it wasn't easy to find rats, and it was just me playing, so that's going to be a problem. But other than that, I think the world is immersive. Yeah, it does feel a bit like a Unity stroke whatever Unreal game, but you know, that's fine. That is, from a financial point of view, it's difficult to create all your own assets. I don't care about that, but I find it immersive. Once I kind of got going, the gameplay loop, I was enjoying the gameplay loop. Once I stopped moaning, it's definitely got it's got these events that the developers can trigger, and these events are currently in game at the moment working. Like if you go to their YouTube channel, there's a video that shows you some of the events running. They can just trigger them in a zone, so that's interesting. I know we've had lots of MMOs in the past that talk about GMs running events and stuff, and it kind of doesn't come to anything. But it looks like with these ones, they can just set them up to happen. I think maybe it's like a time-based thing, or maybe it's like a state-based thing. Maybe if the zone gets to a certain amount of players, maybe it'll trigger an event or something. So that's good. It's got gathering, it's got crafting, it's got that loop. That seems fine. Nothing new, but it seems fine. The combat at the moment is you probably have to work with it. So left click is just your base attack, which you just keep clicking, and it clicks and it will attack every now and again. And then what you've got at the bottom here, you've got your abilities, but you don't press the hotkey button to use the ability. So if I press 2, it doesn't do anything, but it puts that button, it puts that attack on my right attack button. So then I guess you can cycle through. So then I guess you can kind of cycle through your abilities, and you can probably come up with, you know, like rotations and stuff that are the most to give you the most bang for your buck from a damage point of view. The only thing I'm struggling to get used to at the moment is clicking the hotkey and the ability not going off. So then clicking the hotkey and having to use the ability again. But that's fine. Yeah, that's all right. That's fine. Yeah, but as I said, I think that we need to have more of an attachment to our class when the game starts, as opposed to kind of what we've got at the moment, you know. Yeah, that's it so far. I've eventually got around to enjoying it, but I just don't want it to make the same mistake that other games have made, and that's hooking you at the start, and I don't really think this game does that. And don't ask too much of people's time. Meaningful, but don't tune it so it's too high. This game does have quests. I did notice that you have to kill quite a lot of mobs to level, but I did notice that well, there are quests that I think also give you XP, so maybe it supplements that, which is probably a good balance. But what I'll do is I'll test that a bit more, and then, you know, I'll do more of an in-depth kind of look. As I said, I'll try and come back and stream tomorrow, but I'm going to go now. Hope you've enjoyed it. I'll speak to you again soon. I do apologise for all the whinging, but that's just how I was feeling, you know, about it. But yeah, I mean, this looks promising, if for nothing else other than the fact that it's kind of got the loop we like, and it's got this kind of like random event thing, which I think is quite good. I don't know if anyone plays any live service games anymore, but one of the things I liked about Diablo 4 was just these random things that would happen. They kind of weren't random because they would happen every whatever, but it just gives you an extra thing to do, an extra activity, which I like. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching, and I'll probably see you tomorrow for a bit in the morning UK time as well. I'll see you later.